reference the book. I'm gonna reference the book to as supporting evidence for why resilience is one of my core values. And I'm rereading the chapter where Jose Antonio Vargas, he's a reporter. He gets caught up by ICE or a border patrol, and he's shoved into a detention center. And there's this line. He's just sitting in his cell, and he's just kind of just thinking about like America, the system, and how everything is set up, and how like his relationship with America being like an undocumented person and living here for like decades. He has this line where he says, sitting alone in that cell, I concluded that none of this was an accident. None of it. You know how politicians and the news media that cover them like to say that we have a broken immigration system? Inside that cell, I came to the conclusion that we do not have a broken immigration system. We don't. What we're doing is waving a keep out flag at the Mexican border while holding up a help wanted sign 100 yards in is deliberate. That is crazy. That's a bar. Are you kidding me? I love that line. I'm going to read it again. What we're doing, waving a keep out flag at the Mexican border while holding up a help wanted sign 100 yards in is deliberate. Bruh. That is so crazy. Oh my god, that's probably one of my favorite lines in the book. Anyways, let's get back to it. Let me turn on the music back on. Interesting. Is this a word? watching the world. I felt like this was a crazy point in history, and with the inauguration of Joe Biden coming up, I felt like I was living. I felt like during that time we were living in unprecedented times. With the inauguration of Joe Biden coming up, I wanted to be there in person to witness history. So soon I booked a flight. So I booked a flight to Washington, D.C. So pretty soon, I was making my way to Washington, D.C. with camera in hand, with skateboarding camera in hand, to film what I thought was going to be a skateboarding camera in hand to Washington, D.C. I ended up spending the week meeting some new people who were also doing the same thing I was doing, talking to some of the National Guard, overall just observing the chaos. Just observing the chaotic event. I thought that a simple idea I had was sitting following an idea I had laying in bed one day led to one of the most impactful experiences of my life and allowed me to led to one of the most impactful experiences of my life. Allowed me to see how people were actually Curiosity also opens doors to unknown interests and skills you may possess. During COVID, I stumbled upon a video called The Cave by this producer called Kenny Beats. The show was set up where Kenny Beats, the producer, had 10 minutes to make a beat while the artist he brought on board had 10 minutes to write lyrics to. At the end, they would. After watching a couple videos, I was hooked. After watching a couple videos, I was hooked. And I decided I wanted to give it a try. I had little time. Working a shift over the weekend didn't sound like very much fun to me. But I decided to give it a try, and after once I got home, I really liked it. Damn, is this still my first? Decided to change that, and he started running and eventually became a highly decorated Navy SEAL. In his book, he described he sees something called an accountability mirror, where he literally wrote down his own faults and goals on the mirror. He emphasized owning up to your mistakes and taking responsibility. He said that confidence came. He said from confidence didn't come from some sort of God-given talent, but there was a time when I was just like working. I also think accountability is trust. I see accountability as kind of like a bank account. The trust fund, if you will. Those trust. I see accountability as kind of like a bank account. The trust. Like a bank account, like a trust fund, Every time you follow through with a commitment or own up to a mistake, it's like you're depositing money into this trust fund. After a while, those deposits build up and create a foundation for people to rely on you and see you as someone. Behaviors, thoughts, and actions that can be learned and developed by others. Jose Antonio Vargas shows us a shining
We are all changing all the time. It is the very nature of existence. So why do some people seem to be changing more than others? Why are some people changing for the better while others are changing for the worse? And more importantly, how do we take control of the change in our life and decide where it goes? These are the questions that have plagued me since I was young, because I remember a time in my life where I was changing for the worse every day, and I felt like I had no control. I was a teenager, and I had started to become depressed for reasons I didn't understand. Started failing my classes, started smoking cigarettes. I quit my sports teams, fought with my friends and my family. And this was particularly distressing to my mom. She would come into my room every night and ask me questions like, "Why are you unhappy? How can I help?" And mostly because I didn't know the answer, I would just brush her off. And then one night she came in and she asked me something. She said, "Charlie, what is going to become of your life?" And I will never forget what I said. I told her, "I'm going to grow up and be a failure." And I cried harder than I had ever cried that night, because when I said it, I believed it. I believed that there was nothing I could do to change my future. My mom disagreed, and after exhausting a long list of options, she made the hard and drastic decision to send me across the country to a wilderness rehabilitation center in rural West Virginia on the side of a mountain in the Appalachian Mountains. It was a community of similarly emotionally unstable teenagers. And there was a lot of things I learned there, but there was one thing we did every day that really stuck with me. Every morning we would come together as a community, and we would pick one virtue we were going to work on that day. Today, I'm going to work on love. Today, I'm going to work on forgiveness, on mindfulness, on patience. And then we would go about our day as we normally would. And at the end of each day, we would come back together as a community, and we would hold each other accountable. And it went as well as you would expect a community of emotionally unstable teenagers to take it. You said you were going to be mindful today, and you ate all the peanut butter at lunch. You said you were working on forgiveness, and you cursed me out when I knocked your cup over. You said you were going to work on love, and you told me you hated me today. It's a little harsh, but direct and honest. There was a kid there, we'll call him Nick. No one liked Nick. He was inauthentic, insincere. He would fly off the handle and act out in ways just to draw attention to himself. It's very off-putting to the other members of the community. And the leaders weren't blind to this. And in an effort to help Nick change, they sent him back to the beginning of the program, a part called the wilderness. We had all been through it. You basically live under a tarp. If it snows, you're cold. If it rains, you get wet. It's the kind of place that teaches you to appreciate all the things we take for granted every day. And when Nick made it back to the community, it was a celebration, a ceremony. And part of it was getting assigned a mentor from the community. And when Nick found out who his mentor was, he flew off the handle and stormed out of the room. And we all knew Nick hadn't changed. So 2 weeks later, I'm hammering nails, I'm shingling this roof in the community, and it's the middle of July. It's hot, it's uncomfortable, and I find myself in this state of enjoyment. And it's because I'm talking to Nick. And he's being sincere and humble about where he is. And he seemed like the same person, but I could just tell something was a little bit different. And the reason this stands out to me so much is it's one of those rare moments where you actually get to see change happen. Because the truth about change, you don't get to see it. If you go to the gym every day, you don't seem any stronger one day to the next. Eating a salad's not going to help you lose 5 pounds. If you're trying to save money to get rich, it's not going to happen in a month or a year. And that's what makes change hard, is we never get to see the gratitude in any single day. But it also introduces this dilemma. Because we can't see change when it's happening, sometimes we believe we're changing for the better when really we're changing for the worse. I have this cousin, we'll call him Jay. Jay is developing into a young man. He is smart and caring, he loves his family and his friends. And if you were to ask him, is there a goal in your life that you're working towards right now? He would say yes. But if you look at where he is now versus where he was 6 months ago, he's in a worse place now. And if you look a year ago, the change is even more drastic. See, the hardest part about change is acknowledging that we have to do it. Admitting to ourselves that the actions we're doing are not going to lead us to where we want to go. Someone asked me the other day if I'd ever figured out why I was depressed when I was younger. As much as I would have hated to admit it at the time, all I ever wanted was to make my parents proud. And every time I failed or I let them down, it was easier to say that it was some fundamental part of me that I couldn't change than acknowledge the mountain of change I was going to have to overcome to be happy. And when we acknowledge how much we have to do, we get this deep-seated sense of anxiety. Like it seems impossible. Like there's no reason to even start because it seems wasteful. And I can't think of an organization that approaches this kind of drastic life change like Alcoholics Anonymous. To ask someone who compulsively drinks every day to stop now and quit until the day you die seems like an impossible task. So they ask you not to drink for one day. Just one day. Because we can manage what happens today. And day by day, bad habits are broken. Good habits are started. And habit by habit, we become a little bit richer, a little bit healthier, a little bit better. So I think each of us here should pick one bad habit we have that we want to break, or one good habit that we
Accountability is literally owning the facts of the situation. If I show up late someplace and I say, oh my gosh, I didn't mean to be late, that's not me being accountable.
On this day, President Nelson Mandela formally addressed the nation on the importance of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, a process designed to confront apartheid-era abuses.
I hate this AI shit. I'm gonna just go with David Goggins. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Dude, I feel like this guy blew up. Why are these videos all like...
How's it, my Chinese? Today's video is a little bit different.
That was so bad for this guy. Oh shit. Skinny vegan wants to meet you, bro. Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm going down the rabbit hole.
How's it, my China?
I shouldn't be going down this rabbit hole. Okay, what the oh, okay. okay. Hold on.
So I had, the abusive father, I had a learning disability, had a severe stutter, and I suffered from toxic stress. So I had a whole bunch of white blotches all over my skin as a young kid. On top of the stuttering, on top of the, hair falling out of my head as a young kid. So I tried to hide in class. And, being, not only the only black kid in my class, but being, to me, I wasn't the smartest kid in class. I was the dumbest kid to myself. So you're always trying to hide. In my mind.
In your mind.
So I was already insecure from my dad beating me in Buffalo. We moved to the small town, Brazil, Indiana. And my mom was working 3 jobs at the time. We lived in a government subsidized apartment. So it cost us $7 a month, cost her $7 a month. So she was grinding, trying to make ends meet.
Because at the time you're single mother.
Right, single mother. So I copied all the way to my junior year in high school, just cheated on all these tests, and then I want to join the military. So I'm like, I want to join the military. I need to get out of this small town, tired of being called the N-word, tired of being the only, just tired of not fitting in. So basically, one incident that happened to me is I came out of school, and I had my brand new 1982 citation. And I came out, and they said, you know, N-word, we're going to kill you. Spray paint all over.
Oh, gosh.
So, you know, my out was going to the military. So when I said, you know, I'm going to join the military, I went to the recruiter. He said, hey, you can take an ASVAB test. And when I heard test, you know, I'm like, oh my God, how am I going to do this? So a letter came in the mail a week after I failed my second ASVAB test. And it said pretty much, your son's going to flunk out of school. My mom was like, hey, you know what, you're going to flunk out. That was her only advice to me because she was so stressed out from her personal life. And that's when I invented the accountability mirror.
Right.
What is the accountability mirror?
The accountability mirror was, you know, my life, I blamed everybody. And a lot of people had a lot to do with my failures, but it's now mine to own. I had to start owning this myself because you know, they weren't.
We will
coming
make
back.
excuses for anything and everything.
Right. You know, my father wasn't coming back. The people that called me names weren't coming back. Nothing was coming back to save me. So I realized I had to save myself. And I said, you know what? I have to make changes.
Right.
And that's when I invented the accountability mirror, where I started putting down, I'm not smart, and I put a sticky note on the accountability mirror. I'm this, I'm that, and my mirror was full of sticky notes. And every day I went through and I tried to kind of like solve these problems.
Right.
And the biggest problem it was trying to fit in. I was trying to fit in. I was blaming other people. I wasn't taking accountability for my own actions. I was doing all these things wrong. And as a 17-year-old trying to teach yourself this, it was difficult.
Yeah.
And it snowballed from there, but I ended up passing that test. I passed the ASVAB test. Thank you.
Awesome, yes. Incredible.
You made military history, though. You
Right.
finally got into the military. You had to lose, what was it, 180 pounds or something like that? That's a crazy number.
So after I got in the Air Force, I had some setbacks in the Air Force. I realized I was afraid of the water. So I wanted to be Air Force Special Operator, Air Force Pararescueman. And I worked my butt off to do it. And, you know, I got in the water and I realized I'm not, you know, me in the water, no fun.
Right.
So I went from 175 pounds to 297 pounds in 3 years. And then I sat at home, and all those insecurities from my high school years came back. You know, just everything. I was like, man, I'm
Not
nobody.
feeling good enough.
Right, not feeling good enough. Making $1,000 a month, spraying for cockroaches.
Right.
And I came home from work one day, and I watched this, you know, it was a show on Discovery Channel or History Channel, something like that, but it was Navy SEAL class, Bud's class, 224, going through training, and it was nothing but water, and they're going through Hell Week, and they're freezing, and people are quitting left and right, and I sat down at 297 pounds with a chocolate milkshake and a box of mini chocolate donuts. And I'm watching these amazing men going through training, and I felt like, man, I have to now really start to overcome my fears, because I felt so small. Every day I had this haunting voice in my head saying, you're nothing, you're nothing. And I had to start conquering myself.
Yeah.
And
Right.
I lost 106 pounds in less than 3 months.
That's incredible.
Thank you.
Incredible. It's amazing the power of our minds.
Let's get into your accomplishments.
Okay.
Because there's a lot.
Right.
All right, so you got into the
That's a lot.
military finally, and you
Yep.
made military history. How so?
Right. So I made military history because I'm the only person in military history to go through, you know, Air Force TACP school, which is Tactical Air Control Party School. I'm the only person who's gone through, I was in 3 Hell Weeks in 1 year as a Navy SEAL. I completed Navy SEAL training after the 3rd try. And as a Navy SEAL, I went through Army Ranger School, where I was the enlisted honor man at Army Ranger School. Even though I didn't make it, but I'm very proud of it, I actually tried out for Delta Force twice as a Navy SEAL. I became very obsessed with finding out more, because I'm like, I came from this horrible human being in my mind to this person who's now amongst uncommon men. And I wanted to then become the most uncommon of uncommon men because of where I came from. It was almost like a live autopsy on myself. I'm like, wow, you don't need to be anything to be truly amazing.
Are you afraid of anything?
I'm afraid of everything.
You
Being
are.
stuck on another flight with me.
Yeah, so basically, I chose these hard things to do because I wanted to learn how to callous my mind. So I did, you know, like the pull-up record. I did 4,030 pull-ups. But in preparation for that pull-up record, I did 67,000 pull-ups in 9 months. And what happens is your hands become callous.
Yeah.
And calloused hands protect you from hurting yourself on the pull-up bar.
Right.
So I realized, you know what? I have to learn to start callousing my brain.
Interesting.
It's like that
Yeah.
armor for your hands.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I have a chapter in my book
What do you think the big takeaways for people are going to be in the book?
Well, one big takeaway is
become you are a guy that for a lot of people you sort of embody the idea of hardening your mind and figuring out a way to do things that most people think are impossible. You've sort of become that guy. How'd you become that guy?
You know what? I grew up not that guy. They see me now as the guy that with his shirt off who can do 4,030 pull-ups in 17 hours, who can run 205 miles in 39 hours, who can do all this crazy shit. But what they don't understand is they don't understand the journey that it took me to get to this point. My dad beat the shit out of me when I was growing up. My dad owned skating rinks, he owned bars, he ran prostitutes from Canada to Buffalo, New York. My dad was a big-time pimp, big-time hustler. Anything bad about a person, he was that kind of guy. Beat the shit out of me, beat the shit out, out of my mom. There was an incident one time when my mom got knocked out on top of the stairs and he dragged her down the stairs by her hair. In my mind, I was always afraid. My whole life I was afraid, but I had this fucking voice, this conscience that would always be battling me, saying, hey, you gotta get up and do something. My idea to become a Navy SEAL was me on my couch at 297 pounds with a box of mini donuts and a chocolate milkshake. It wasn't like it was like some eureka moment. Over a period of time of just living in my own head, I got sick of being haunted by being nobody. I was in the Air Force for about 4 years, and my big thing was I wanted to be Air Force pararescueman, some of the best medics on the planet Earth. As I got in the program, I started realizing that they had this thing called water confidence. Basically, they make you very uncomfortable underwater. So I realized at that point in time that I hated being underwater. I hated holding my breath. For 6 weeks, I hung in the program. I didn't sleep at all for fear of going back to the pool, for fear of drowning in my head. About 6 weeks in, we had this physical, and they realized I have sickle cell trait. Back in the day, I used to lie about whatever made me feel insecure. On my official paperwork out of pararescue training, it has David Goggins left on a medical. But the truth of the matter is, I left because I quit. I had to find a different job in the Air Force. In 4 years being in the Air Force, I gained 125 pounds. I get out of the Air Force, and I'm working for a job spraying for cockroaches. 40 restaurants I was in charge of. I go in there at nighttime and I spray. I would stop at Steak and Shake, get a large chocolate milkshake. I would go across the street to 7-Eleven, get a box of mini donuts. On the way home, I'd be popping donuts like Tic Tacs. I would get home, turn the TV on. This is my routine. Start taking a shower and listen to the TV as I'm showering. This particular day, I started hearing Navy SEALs, toughest training. And I was hearing it cut out between the water hitting my ears. So I came out of the shower. At the end of the show, this commanding officer gives a speech. He says, we live in a society where mediocrity is often rewarded. These 22 men detest mediocrity. I invented this thing called the accountability mirror when I was growing up. And I got a chance to go into that mirror and look at myself and call myself out. I'm afraid of this, I'm afraid of that. Being raw and real about who I am and about what I'm hiding from. And so to overcome all this, my bright idea was to try to become the one thing I was afraid of, a Navy SEAL. That day, I started calling recruiters up. And for 2 weeks, this happened. This recruiter laughed at me, that recruiter laughed at me, this recruiter said, there's no way. And every time I heard a no, I said, no, it's not meant to be. So I get back in my car and start driving back to work. And after I'd be at work for a few hours, man, I said, man, you can't give up that easy. So I finally said, this is my last call I'm gonna make. He was real busy. He said, just come on in. People don't walk in the office trying to be a Navy SEAL weighing 297 pounds. You walk in looking the way I look now. So he brought me back to a scale, and I remember looking in front of me was a height weight chart. For me, I'm 6'1". I could only weigh 191. I had to lose 106 pounds in less than 3 months. So I went on this crazy routine and eating hardly nothing. And in less than 3 months, I lost 106 pounds. I'm the only person in Navy SEAL history to be in 3 Hell Weeks in 1 year. Hell Week is 130 hours of continuous training. I got into Hell Week, got double pneumonia, stress fracture, 30 hours of Hell Weeks in 1 year. In 3 months, I lost 106 pounds. I'm the only person in Navy SEAL history to be in 3 Hell Weeks in 1 year. Hell Week is 130 hours of continuous training. I got into Hell Week, got double pneumonia, stress fractures, got rolled back to day 1, week 1. I broke my kneecap. So I reported back to day 1 of Navy SEAL training broken. And we had a guy die in my 3rd Hell Week. So Hell Week ended about 30 hours early. I have severe stress fractures. My knee is now blown up again. I knew I wasn't gonna get a chance to go back through Hell Week again. I made a decision to myself, there's no more quitting. So that's when I went and got duct tape. For the first 45 minutes, the duct tape hurt like hell. But after 45 minutes, my legs would go numb. Once stuff goes numb, you can't feel it. So that's how I went through the rest of 22 more weeks of Navy SEAL training. I was already at rock bottom my whole life. So when you know when I rock bottom, numb, you can't feel it. So that's how I went through the rest of 22 more weeks of Navy SEAL training.
Okay. Training.
I was already at rock bottom my whole life. So when you know how rock bottom feels, you don't mind sleeping in the sewer. So at that point, once I realized that I already experienced the bottom, I no longer had fear of failure. But this took a long time. It's one like I woke up and, oh, eureka, I got it. And I started realizing that the mind is the most powerful weapon that we have. Once I was able to quiet my mind and realize that I was really not cursed, but blessed to have so many tools that I never saw as tools. While growing up, so much hardship. Only thing that can happen to me now is this victory. Make you very uncomfortable underwater. So I realized at that point in time that I hated being underwater. I hated holding my breath. For 6 weeks, David Goggins left on a medical. But the truth of the matter is, I left because I quit. I had to find a different job in the Air Force. In 4 years, if you're not real and raw with who the fuck you are, nothing's gonna change. I just got real with myself, and every day I came home, I called the accountability mirror. What am I gonna do today to change what I see in this mirror? What am I gonna do today? And a lot of it was, I stopped sitting with the cool guys. I actually tucked my shirt in and went to school looking like, hey man, this is how I'm gonna look. If you don't like it, so be it. I had to really wear this layer of skin. I had to develop a really calloused skin on me to take whatever you're gonna call me, you're gonna call me. Whatever I'm gonna be, I wasn't a geek, but whoever I am, you're gonna see me. You're gonna see me for who I am, because I need to change who I'm not. And that accountability mirror just became raw. And when I became fat over the years, because I fell back in the hole, I called myself fat, because I was fat. And people don't wanna do that. They wanna say, oh, don't call yourself fat. Don't call yourself dumb. If you're not real and raw with who the fuck you are, nothing's gonna change. And in this nice new world that we live in, we wanna hear, you're just a little big. No, man, you might be fat. And it's okay to hear that from yourself and from everybody else. So that's where it started at. And it's raw. It gets ugly sometimes with me in that mirror, but I'm also proud of myself to be able to tell myself that and then fix what's in that mirror. This is hard work. It's every day, like right now. I had to be honest with you, man. I'm even shaking right now being on this show. I'm a big time introvert. How you address it is you face it. You face it every day. You face it every single day of your life. Where you say, okay, like if you're fat and you need to lose weight, it's patience. It's patience in this fact of accepting who you are right now. I'm fat, I don't like myself. Accepting the fact that if you lose 3 or 4 pounds, that's a huge accomplishment. You have to live in your own fucking world. You cannot judge yourself. That's why social media and all these things are horrible. You can't judge yourself off of the so-called competition that we have made up in our mind. The things that, how people look, how people act, how smart someone is. This is a race that you...
Fuck. Okay. Okay. Fuck, I still need so much more. Okay. ¿De qué? Sí, sí, yo lo dije. No. nothing to do. But looking back, I appreciate the high standards she held. That's actually embarrassing. When did it start looking like that? That is so embarrassing. Okay, let's fix this.
stands in stark contrast to telling everyone around you that you're going to achieve a certain goal, the so-called accountability myth, or the myth of accountability within the context of goal pursuit would be the more specific way to describe that myth. Now, it turns out there is some utility to having one person that is a so-called accountability buddy, if that person is really just strictly addressing accountability. They are reminding you to do what you need to do, or they are asking you, did you do what you said you were going to do? That stands in stark contrast to telling everyone around you that you're going to achieve a certain goal, the so-called accountability myth, or the myth of accountability within the context of goal pursuit would be the more specific way to describe that myth. Now, it turns out there is some utility to having that stands.
Accountability partners played in helping you to meet deadlines and goals?
We are not accountable to ourselves. We are accountable to others. As social animals, we feel a responsibility to each other. That's just how it works. We're not good parents because we decide to ourselves we're going to be good parents. We're good parents because we have a spouse who is a good parent with us and we don't want to let them down. Or we have kids that we don't want to let them down. We don't want to screw it up. I can wake up in the morning and always come up with an excuse why I shouldn't go for a run today. Right. Always, right? Sometimes I'm good at it, sometimes I'm bad at it. But when I have a running buddy and they're waiting for me, I don't want to let them down. I don't want to ruin their run. Or if I'm actually out there running and I want to slow down because I'm getting tired, I don't want to ruin their run. Right. Where if I'm by myself, I'll come up with an excuse. It's better to protect my muscles today so I can run tomorrow. I'll come up with some great rationalization that makes total sense. And so we're accountable to each other. Yeah. And so the whole point of having other people invested in whatever work you're doing means you're more likely to do it, not because of you, but you don't want to let them down. Right. So that's the value of an accountability partner. We don't want to let them down.
And who are the accountability partners in your life?
I have my team. I have the people who've taken bets on me and risks on me. Anybody who says, I believe in you, and they just leave me alone to go do it. I don't want to let them down. I don't want to violate that immense trust that they've given me. Mm-hmm. My publisher says, see you in a year. Well, I want to give them something really good.
What role have accountability partners played in helping you to meet deadlines and goals?
We are not accountable to ourselves. We are accountable to others. As social animals, we feel a responsibility to each other. That's just how it works. We're not good parents because we decide to ourselves we're going to be good parents. We're good parents because we have a spouse who is a good parent with us and we don't want to let them down. Or we have kids that we don't want to let them down. We don't want to screw it up. I can wake up in the morning and always come up with an excuse why I shouldn't go for a run today. Right. Always, right? Sometimes I'm good at it, sometimes I'm bad at it. But when I have a running buddy and they're waiting for me, I don't want to let them down. I don't want to ruin their run. Or if I'm actually out there running and I want to slow down because I'm getting tired, I don't want to ruin their run. Right. Where if I'm by myself, I'll come up with an excuse. It's better to protect my muscles today so I can run tomorrow. I'll come up with some great rationalization that makes total sense. And so we're accountable to each other. Yeah. And so the whole point of having other people invested in whatever work you're doing means you're more likely to do it, not because of you, but you don't want to let them down. Right. So that's the value of an accountability partner. We don't want to let them down.
And who are the accountability partners in your life?
I have my team. I have the people who've taken bets on me and risks on me. Anybody who says, I believe in you, and they just leave me alone to go do it. I don't want to let them down. I don't want to violate that immense trust that they've given me. Mm-hmm. My publisher says, see you in a year. Well, I want to give them something really good to prove to them that it was worth it. Right. Or my team who says, Simon, we believe in you, what you're working. So I'm not going to dump more work on them and disappear because I'm working really hard and then show up with nothing. Right. Slow down because but when I have a running buddy and they're waiting for me and wake up in the morning and always come up with an excuse why I shouldn't go for a run today. Right. Always, right? Sometimes I'm good at it, sometimes I'm bad at it. But when I have a running buddy and they're waiting for me, I don't want to.
What role have accountability partners played in helping you to meet deadlines and goals?
We are not accountable to ourselves. We are accountable to others. As social animals, we feel responsibility to each other. That's just how it works. We're not good parents because we decide to ourselves we're going to be good parents. We're good parents because we have a spouse who is a good parent with us and we don't want to let them down. Or we have kids that we don't want to let them down. We don't want to screw it up. I can wake up in the morning and always come up with an excuse why I shouldn't go for a run today. Right. Always, right? Sometimes I'm good at it, sometimes I'm bad at it. But when I have a running buddy and they're waiting for me, I don't want to let them down. I don't want to ruin their run. Or if I'm actually out there running and I want to slow down because I'm getting tired, I don't want to ruin their run.
Right.
Where if I'm by myself, I'll come up with an excuse. It's better to protect my muscles today so I can run tomorrow. We're accountable to others. As social animals, we feel responsibility to each other. That's just how it works. We're not good parents because we have kids that we don't with an always. A running buddy, and they're waiting for me. I don't want to let them down. I don't want to ruin their run. Or if I'm actually out there running and I want to slow down because I'm
accountability partners. What role?
Originally published as an episode of the Inside Quest interview series. This one? It's not.
Right? The idea of some of who the
Role have accountability partners played in helping you to meet deadlines and goals?
We are not accountable to ourselves. We are accountable to others. As social animals, we feel responsibility to each other. That's just how it works. We're not good parents because we each other is a good parent, right? So I'm tired, I'm doing. So that's the value of an accountability partner. We don't want to let them down.
And who?
Okay.
Who are the accountability partners in your life? What role have accountability partners played in helping you to meet deadlines and goals?
We are not accountable to ourselves. We are accountable to others. As social animals, we feel responsibility to each other. That's just how it works. We're not good parents because we decide to ourselves we're going to be good parents. We're good parents because we have a spouse who is a good parent with us and we don't want to let them down. Or we have kids that we don't want to let them down. We don't want to screw it up. I can wake up in the morning and always come up with an excuse why I shouldn't go for a run today.
Right.
Always, right? Sometimes I'm good at it, sometimes I'm bad at it. But when I have a running buddy and they're waiting for me, I don't want to let them down. I don't want to ruin their run. Or if I'm actually out there running and I want to slow down because I'm getting tired, I don't want to ruin their run.
Right.
Where if I'm by myself, I'll come up with an excuse. It's better to protect my muscles today so I can run tomorrow. I'll come up with some great rationalization that makes total sense. And so we're accountable to each other.
Yeah.
And so the whole point of having other people invested in whatever work you're doing means you're more likely to do it, not because of you, but you don't want to let them down.
Right.
So that's the value of an accountability partner. We don't want to let them down.
And who are the accountability partners in your life?
I have my team. I have the people who've taken bets on me and risks on me. Anybody who says, I believe in you, and they just leave me alone to go do it. I don't want to let them down. I don't want to violate that immense trust that they've given me. Mm-hmm. My publisher says, see you in a year. Well, I want to give them something really good to prove to them that it was worth it.
Right.
Or my team who says, Simon, we believe in you, what you're working. So I'm not going to dump more work on them and disappear because I'm working really hard and then show up with nothing.
Right.
I don't want to let them down. And anybody who took a risk on me or believed in me, I feel responsible, and that's good.
Eh? Oh, thank you, Dad. Oh.
What role have accountability partners played in helping you to meet deadlines and goals?
We are not accountable to ourselves. We are accountable to others. As social animals, we feel responsibility to each. If I'm actually out there running and I want to slow down, some great rationalization that makes total sense. And so we're accountable to each other.
Yeah.
And so the whole point of having other people invested in whatever work you're doing means you're more likely to do it, not because of you, but you don't want to let them down.
Right.
So that's the value of an accountability partner. We don't want to let them down.
And who are the accountability partners?
This doesn't work. Fuck, this doesn't work. Okay. You have a direct source of horizontal core vertex. Franco Laurent is supposed to be 6 minutes. What? This is where we investigate the impact of accountability, social pressures to justify one's views to others, on cognitive processing in a person prediction task. Subjects were presented with a response of actual test takers to 69 from Jackson, and how these individuals respond to an additional set of 16 from the same test. They learned that all the responses would be anonymous. They learned that they need to justify the responses before seeing the test takers. They learned that the need to justify the responses after seeing the test takers. We conclude by considering possible psychological mediators of these effects, as well as the broader theoretical implications of the findings for the dilemma. What? What does this even mean? We qualify this view by demonstrating the long-term adaptive benefits of outcome in certain dynamic environments. 1 in 1,000 randomly assigned folk can participate in a 10 motherfuckers in tournament conditions. shows we qualify to be by demonstrating long-term benefits of outcome accountability in certain dynamic environments. One 1,000 randomly assigned forecast presented in a 10-month singing tournament in conditions of control process outcome hybrid control practices are performed unaccountable. Research published by Cambridge University Press 2023 shows that when people are held Cambridge University Press 2023 shows us that when people are held accountable for their actions, they tend to perform better and more effectively. Also, more effectively than. This is something I've experienced reach a high level of At the time, I hated it and still kind of do, but looking back, I appreciate how time shooting was for me because it taught me the responsible actions was my time. This allowed me to most people see you being I hated it and still kind of do, but back, I appreciate the high standards she held for me because having some, still kind of do. But looking back, I appreciate the high standards she held for me because having someone hold me responsible led to me becoming skilled. reaching a pretty high level of skill in the art, which in turn gives you the opportunity to travel around state to perform and compete at such a young age. Once people see you're able to hold yourself accountable, starts to build trust. I see accountability is kind of like a bank account, a trust fund, if you will. It's kind of like a bank account, a trust fund, if you will, like a trust fund. Every time you follow through with a commitment, like trust fund. But yes, every time you follow through with a commitment or own up to a mistake, it's like you're depositing money into this trust fund. After a while, those deposits build up and create a foundation for people to feel like they can rely on you and see you as someone of your word. What's a more mainstream example I could use for my segment supporting audience in accountability builds trust. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Kendrick is known for being meticulous with the music he puts out. for example, throughout his career, Kendrick has been known to consistently come out with authentic and quality projects. In 2022, he came out with the album Mr. and the Big Steppers, where he the Big Steppers were in 22. Okay. Let's make sure what he. Best trauma, his ego, and his flaws. Kendrick and Drake. It was reignited. Kendrick and Drake feud was reignited. Throughout his career, Kendrick has built credibility. Big steppers where he reflected on his past trauma, his ego. Reflected on his past trauma, his past traumas, ego, past traumas, ego. Okay. He was around the big steppers where he reflected on his past traumas, ego, flaws. Connected with friends. When Kendrick and the Drake feud was reignited, listeners naturally sided towards Kendrick as opposed to Drake, who has had a history of being untrustworthy and deflecting responsibility. Damn, dude, how long have we been working on this shit? 4 hours, fuck. Kendrick and Drake feud was rigged. Towards Kendrick because he was already seen as someone who held himself responsible. Ooh, that's a good one. Apple. There were some internal conflicts, and he was eventually forced out of the company. He had founded. Instead of giving up, he bought small. Small company working on computer graphics, which later Pixar. Instead of giving up, he bought a small company. He bought a small company working on computer graphics. If Steve Jobs was fired from Apple, there were some internal conflicts, and he was eventually forced out of the company he had founded. However, instead of giving up, he bought a small company working on computer graphics, which later became Pixar. I just realized there's no music. My bad. My B. All right, my speech is pretty much done. I got the body done. I just need my introduction, which is like the attention getter and everything, and then my closer, and just a couple tweaks. But for the most part, I got most of it is done. Like the primary stuff is done. I'm gonna go to my sister's to. Let me turn this up. We'll go to my sister's to, present what I got so far, even though it's not finished, and get her feedback a little bit, and then, go from there. All right. How long have we been going? We've been going for almost 5 hours. And I think I got something. So, thank y'all for stopping by. Thank you to me in the future. Or hello to me. I don't even know. I can't even talk. All right. I'm gonna just end. All right. Later.